Okay, I hit the wrong button. Off to a good start. Okay, never done this before. Audio seems to be okay. The dog is already over here whining. She's leaving now. But yeah, so a couple of days ago, I don't think it was a week ago, I started working on this guy. It's an old PSOne, the small PlayStation, the one that came out in like 2002 or something like that. My camera really hates focusing on it for some reason. It hates focusing on a lot of things, unfortunately. But it has a couple of issues. First off, I originally didn't get any kind of video output out of this thing. That we fixed. That was just a couple of capacitor replacements on the like the video circuit. That at least enabled this thing to get a picture. So awesome. Second issue, not getting this thing to read any games. Booting it up just boots it into the memory card management thing. I'm gonna see if chat is working. It is. Cool. I've never used it. I have never streamed anything on YouTube before. This is all very new to me. And also, it's kind of very jank compared to Twitch. Mostly because this, like, I guess this YouTube account that I mean, the whole Cold Cider YouTube account is technically a brand thing. Beryl, Merry Christmas. Yeah, I'm little festive today. But yeah, streaming from this YouTube channel for some reason is almost completely borked, but I found a way around it. It's just I don't have any of the integrations, like, you know, being able to see chat on OBS and stuff like that. But anyways, enough of that. I want to get around to basically doing an entire cap replacement on this thing. I played around with the actual disc reader. There's a little like potentiometer on here that you can adjust somewhere right around here. It's very tiny, and it basically controls how much power is going to the laser of the disc reader. And as these things get older, cranking up the power kind of helps these things like read discs. Unfortunately, I couldn't get this thing to read discs. I could kind of get it to, like, it would try to read discs after I like really cranked up the power on it, but then it would just kind of give up. So I'm thinking there's probably a power delivery issue, like on the actual board. I mean, all of these capacitors are probably super tired. They're the same little surface mount capacitors that, like, you know, they go bad on every Game Gear and then your Game Gear doesn't work. So I've done surface mount replacements before. I'm not super looking forward to it though. These ones are pretty tiny. So this is gonna be fun. I really hope I don't kill anything, but at the worst I broke something that's not working anyways. So I think I'm going, actually I don't know. Am I just gonna pry all of the capacitors off of this thing with like a pair of needle nose, or am I actually gonna desolder them? I don't know. Also, I should check my stream real quick, just because I've never streamed to YouTube before. Let's make sure we have audio. Need to change the video resolution. So I'm streaming in the expected. Okay, cool. Doesn't actually tell you what resolutions you can stream in. Can I change that midstream? I don't think you actually can. No, you can't. For getting a video, I just want to make sure there's audio. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. How terrible is the audio, by the way? And yeah, I know that twisting them off is a risk of breaking the pads. Okay. Does the video look all right? showing up as poor quality on the analytics. But I think it's whining because I had OBS set to 4K. I thought you could stream in 4K on YouTube. I guess not. Might change it to just 1080p to be safe. All of my stream like graphics and stuff are 1080p anyway, so at least that'll match. Here, I'm gonna kill the stream here just for 1 second. Sorry again, very new at the YouTube thing. At least streaming to YouTube. There, okay. Now it's showing as excellent. Cool that you can also, no, it just shows 1080p. I think 1440p is the highest that YouTube wants to allow you to stream at, which is weird because I was outputting 4K, but I think it was just scaling it down on its own. Which if it can do that, why not just do that? Whatever. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna twist and pull with these guys. Let me get my needle noses. You know what? I might not even be able to find them. I couldn't find them the other day. I could cut them off. I have these. Not exactly needle noses. I should probably also make note of the values on all these things. Had a, yeah, like a paint thing here. So that's 47 microfarads, 16 volt. The voltage value shouldn't matter. Because this is, I set straight up like got a replacement capacitor kit from console 5. The voltage values might be better, but might be different, but if anything, they're probably going to be higher than the originals. I'm not really worried about that. What if I just take a picture? That's probably the least stupid way to do this. That should be high resolution enough. Yeah, to zoom in on. Perfect. I can just start ripping these all off. Currently, keyframes are not being sent often enough. Okay, I gotta change the keyframe settings. How about every 2 seconds? Yeah, YouTube seems to be a lot more particular about what you can send to their servers. At least you can actually stream at a much higher quality though. Like the bitrate you can send is awesome. I think I'm sending like 15 kilobits per second right now. Yeah. Best you can get with Twitch is like 8,000. I think they might be upping that soon though. Hopefully to like at least, I don't know, 10K. 10K would be good for at least like 1080p streaming. Because right now 1080p looks awful on Twitch. I hate doing this. How are you still on there? I could totally just cut them. There we go. That one actually came off really well. My favorite part about doing stuff like this is the amount of tiny little pieces of metal and plastic that end up just like everywhere on the floor and table. I just recently got a Roomba though, so that should help. I love that stupid little thing. I mean, it gets stuck like maybe half of the time. Maybe less than half of the time. But still beats having to vacuum like every day. I have a dog that constantly sheds so much hair. It just became way too annoying. Yeah, these are actually coming off pretty good. This one actually looks quite leaky. It's got like a good amount of little crusties on the plastic part on the bottom. The big ones make me a little bit more nervous. Like, I think the leg sizes on all these are pretty much the same, but if the bigger ones are bigger, I would expect them to rip the pads easier. But then again, I guess the actual pads would probably be a little bit bigger and maybe a little sturdier, hopefully. But I'm not really sure. Plastic on these things is really brittle. I am being really careful with the actual PCB. I don't want to scratch it. Also, sorry about the shake of the camera. This shitty IKEA desk that I like record on here is so wobbly. I know I need to just like take it apart and re-tighten a bunch of the like screws and stuff on it, because I mean, last time I moved, I think I just like didn't have the right like Allen key. Gonna move the trash can closer to me here. I didn't have the right like Allen key, so I think I really half-assed like putting this table back together, and it's so wobbly now. And with the overhead like camera, that thing, like the slightest movement on the table, just it gets so wobbly. It can be a little hard to look at sometimes too, like the video that is. Especially when it's zoomed in like it is right now. Ooh, I hated that noise. Also, sorry about the echo. I'm using a shotgun mic right now, which is really bad for indoors. It'll pick up all of the echo. But I kind of also wanted to be able to hear, I don't know, anything that happens down here that I'm working on. And my dynamic mic that I use, which is just an SM58B, greatest microphone ever made. But it's not super good for recording like things that are happening. It's really good for voice because it only picks up things that are like right next to it. But yeah, if you want to record like the sound of a whole room or the sound of like a project, you I guess gotta use something closer to what I'm using right now, which still is not ideal. But whatever. Starting to get the fun capacitor fishy smell. usually don't smell it that much until you start like doing any kind of heat. But yeah, it definitely starting to smell kind of gross in here right now. So far these are behaving really well. Only a couple of them like left behind their legs. Most of the legs are just breaking off really easily. Yeah, I did also see when I did the video circuit capacitor replacements, I used just regular like through-hole mount guys, just kind of bent the legs onto there. I didn't have any surface mount capacitors like at the time. And I was thinking, well, I was hoping that the video there was going to be the only issue. It was not. So I just went with the through-hole guys, but now I kind of got to do things the right way, because doing a bunch of through-hole replacements for all of these would be a nightmare. Plus, I don't have all of the right values. I have like a lot of them that are close, but then I have a lot of them that are like the right capacitance, but a lower voltage rating, and I don't want to risk that. I've never blown up a capacitor before. I kind of want to. It'd be fun. Can I just do that with my my benchtop power supply? Like, find one of my capacitors that's like maybe rated for 5 volts and just put 20 volts through it. I want to see one of them pop. Love it when you cut tiny little pieces of metal wire and it's you have no way of knowing where that little tiny piece of wire just landed. And you really just kind of have to hope it didn't land anywhere on the PCB and it isn't gonna short something out later. That would suck. Yeah, these as far as I can tell, these 47 microfarad 16 volt guys, I think they're the problematic ones. Those were the ones that were dead here in the video circuit. And at least one of them, when I was changing it, was like real crusty underneath it. Oh, this one actually really stinks. The stinkiness has to be a sign of leakage too, right? Like you wouldn't be able to smell the capacitor unless it was already leaking. Unless having the legs kind of torn off, like maybe makes them leak a little bit. But yeah, you can see like these kind of stains on the pads. These were all kind of starting to leak a little bit. They don't look that bad though, but I mean, the ones on the video circuit didn't look that bad either, but they were definitely bad enough to like stop the video circuit from working. So I don't know, maybe a couple of these are bad enough to stop the power delivery to the laser to stop working. I really hope I don't have to get a new disk drive for this thing. I don't even know if there are new disk drives available for just the PSOne, like this model. As far as I know, there are disk drives available for the old fat PSOne model. They might actually even use the same disk drive. I'm not 100% sure. I've never opened up an OG like PlayStation 1. Yeah, these tiny ones make me real nervous. He was pretty crusty. These are going to be very hard to solder on. Some of them might end up looking kind of ugly. Also, there's a, I'm pretty sure this is another capacitor right here. I don't know what kind of capacitor that is. Not familiar with that. And it's different than all of the others, so I don't know, is it like a different shaped tantalum or something? Because all the really tiny guys, and those are like the ceramic ones. I don't think ceramics ever look like that. Yeah, this might be the most modern thing I've tried to fix in a while. I did fix an Xbox 360 a little while ago. There were a couple of issues with that. I also killed an Xbox 360 not too long ago. And I feel really bad about that. That was a Survivor Xbox 360. That was an original Xbox, like the Elite model, the black like original guy that had no right to like still be alive. That thing should have been dead. And I killed it. I was being real impatient with that. If you've ever taken apart, or if anybody's ever taken apart like an Xbox 360, they have these like nightmarish, what is it? Like heat sinks. Like the mounts, the mounting system on the heatsink for the Xbox 360 is the worst thing ever. And you kind of need a special tool to take them off. I didn't have that special tool, and I think I tried to pry it off with like a screwdriver or something, and slipped and scratched a couple of very, very, very tiny traces, which maybe I could have fixed. But there's no way. I don't have the tools for that. All right, I think that's all of the capacitors off, at least the ones that I wanted to fix. So I'm gonna get some soldering wick. I'm gonna wake my my soldering iron back up here. Have a little bit more coffee. Which is Irished up a little bit. It is Christmas after all. Yeah, I gotta be careful not to lose these. I did buy 2 of these capacitor replacement kits. And YouTube keeps freaking out thinking that I'm not sending in keyframes, but I definitely am. Soldering iron's warming back up. Probably gonna lower that to 340. Probably don't really need to use flux, just for the soldering iron. Also, I gotta be I gotta be really careful with some of these pads. They are very close to other very tiny surface mount like things. And I don't have a very like fine soldering tip. I need to buy some more. That would probably be helpful. But yeah, some of these like resistors, these tiny little guys, are so close to these pads. If I accidentally remove one of those, that's going to be a real nightmare for me. Working on stuff that small is a little bit outside of my skill set. I straight up do not have the tools to do that, let alone a hand steady enough to do that. Like actively drinking coffee. Which do not recommend, by the way. Don't caffeinate yourself while you're doing surface mount like soldering and desoldering. Terrible idea. Might have to go like level out here in a minute and grab I don't know, some bourbon or something. A little piece of metal attached to that. That should be fine. I think this is the thinnest solder wick I have. Yep, totally is. All right. Yeah, like look at this. This solder tip it's a little too thick. But we're gonna have to make do. Just make sure it's as clean as possible here. Yeah, there we go. I don't have a fan on right now, but I'll turn one on when I actually start like soldering onto the board. For now, I'll just hold my breath, I guess. Hopefully the solder that's on the board is not leaded. Who knows? Probably is. Okay, I'm getting the fan. That's so much smoke. It's more than I was expecting. It's probably mostly just the flux from the solder wick. The solder wick has flux built in or whatever. But yeah, sorry for the fan noise. But I like my brain cells. There's still a leg on there. Have to watch out for those. Make sure they don't end up anywhere they shouldn't be. That one's not super pretty, but I think it's because it had a lot of residue on it. I probably should have cleaned up some of the residue here before getting the old solder off, but whatever. Will it be fine? Probably. I think I need a little more heat. Or that one still had a leg on it too, that's why. A lot of these still have the legs on them. Yeah, I need some tweezers. Don't know where my good, very fine tweezers went, so these will have to do, unfortunately. Man, that little resistor there. So easy to accidentally desolder. Leg off. I really like to stick to the soldering iron, which is actually kind of annoying, but I don't know, at least I don't have to grab the tweezers. This one just keeps jumping back into the solder. Yeah, just kind of remove the solder, a little bit of the solder first. Did I zoom in more? Yeah. It's gonna be even shakier, but yeah, I can zoom in more. Don't see the leg on there. We got that one. See the leg on that one either. It seems like sometimes the base of the leg kind of comes off when you rip the capacitor off, and sometimes they don't. These ones, these legs are like still very on there, just kind of sticking straight up. That actually makes for an easy job though. That's pretty good. So we got these. Some of them not looking like super high quality work, but I'm shooting for, I don't know, just making this thing work. Because the plan is to hopefully use this this PSOne for another project, and to do that, I would really like to have a working disk drive. But yeah, I want to make this thing into a handheld, which I think would be really goofy. I mean, nobody's ever made the PlayStation 1 into a handheld. The PlayStation has never been portable. That's just never happened before. So, yeah, I was thinking taking this tiny little motherboard and hook it up with something like a little 5-inch LCD, or maybe even a little bit bigger if I can find something decent on like AliExpress or whatever. And, you know, designing my own case for it. I have something that I'm working on right now, but I really want to get this actually up and working before I really commit to like doing the case design, because the case design takes so long, especially with my shitty. I shouldn't say shitty. I mean, it's an entry level 3D printer, like the Ender V3. A lot of people probably would call it shitty, but I think it's amazing for the price. But yeah, designing anything complex and then having to print it out with that printer is, you know, it's not great. Just because, oh shit. Okay, we're fine. The leg kind of soldered itself to one of these capacitors here for a second. One of these tiny little capacitors, but it looks to be fine. Or resistors rather. As much as desoldering these things sucks, and trust me, it really does suck, the real suck is going to be soldering the new capacitors back on there. It's some precision work, and the thing that you really have to be like, well, you really have to consider is that I'm trying to record this. My head could be a lot closer to what I'm working on. It could be a lot easier for me to see what I'm doing, but then I would just be recording the back of my head. So, yeah, I need to get some of those like magnifier glasses. I've seen some people use those. That would probably help at least a little bit. Get out of there. I wish I knew where my actual good tweezers were. It would be perfect for this. They're super skinny. I almost soldered the the wick to the pad. I'm having flashbacks of when I was working on the NES handheld. The pads on that like motherboard though were so fragile. I mean, it was a very cheap PCB, which really didn't help. But those pads were so easy to rip. Not in that video was me having to do that process 3 times. Because I killed 2 of those little NES clones by ripping the pads. You know, luckily they were cheap enough where I could just buy another one. I think they were like 20 bucks. But yeah, the whole like the fact that I fixed that broken trace for the one in the video was only because I didn't want to wait for another one to show up in the mail. I could have just bought another one and tried again, but I was pretty sick of going through that process by that point. Can't really remember if I did that one. I mean, it looks like it has a bunch of flux on it, like melted, so I probably did. Really close to a resistor there. That could be an issue if one of these legs like solders itself to one of the resistors. And it might really want to. There we go. Where'd my solder wick go? Oh well, I'll get some more, I guess. Yeah, my desk right now is such a it's a clusterfuck. No better way to explain. This one, I hate this. Could I just reuse the solder and... Oh. I hate it when it does that. My soldering iron went back into the safety mode. But yeah, could I just reuse the solder that's already on there and put the new surface mounts on? Probably. Not going to, though. I'll give them some fresh solder. I really do love this this soldering station. It's like the I don't know, it's a Weller. Pretty. I mean, I guess it's not super basic, but is a good station. All right, this one is making me nervous. I can kind of probably get away with pushing the legs up this way, because there's nothing really over there. Yep, that came off. But if I try to push them down, I'm coming really close to that IC, and Another one of those very, very small resistors. I think that came off on the soldering iron. But it is admittedly a little difficult to tell. I'm just waiting to look at my soldering wick and see one of those resistors just kind of like on it. I think that's all the pads done. Yeah. I'm gonna pull up that the picture that I took and see. Well, find out where I'm gonna start here. So put a little flux on all the pads again. Oh, no, that's fine. I think I'll leave the through-hole capacitors that I put on there. I mean, they work. Why do the same work twice? Also, I should have cleaned up all of the leftover flux from desoldering, but who cares? Do it when I'm done here. Maybe I'll just give this thing a straight up like isopropyl alcohol bath. I have it's like a couple gallons of isopropyl alcohol. Because I like to waste that stuff. Also, I didn't notice that pad right there. It's still got the little plastic guy on it. And the legs. Is the plastic designed to be this easy to break, or is it just brittle from being old? Because it breaks so easily. I keep losing my solder wick somehow. Well, more it is. Bought a bunch of this stuff. It's like getting stuck onto the leg. Yeah, it's soldered on there. Whoop. That's exactly what I don't want to do. There it is. Sometimes it seems like you can get some of the extra solder off, and sometimes you can't. I cannot see what I'm doing. I think the leg came off. Oh yeah, here it is. It's on the solder wick. See the leg on there. This pad just is very easy to get stuck to for some reason. It's like on a ground plane or something. Alright, good enough. Make sure my pad is clean. I think the way I'll go about this is just tinning the iron and getting a tiny, tiny little bit of solder onto the pads. I think the leg is still on that one. Yeah, like it feels like something solid is on it, but I just can't see it. Like a little bit of the leg. Oh, is that also all not in frame? There. That's... If there was anything on there, it's definitely gone now. I really hope this isn't too much solder that I'm putting on there. Good. Oh, that one still had a leg on it, I think. Sure did. Got it. Cool. What is this? I'm just trying to fix up a PSOne. Something that I want to use for a project probably in the future here. And ooh, gotta be so careful with that resistor there. The issue that this thing has is basically, well, right now the disc won't spin. Well, the disc won't read. And I tried a couple of different things, including, you know, playing around with the little potentiometer on the disc reader to give it a little bit more power, and that made it like work, or it made it try to work, but it didn't quite get it all the way there. So I'm kind of just assuming and hoping that the issue is just that, you know, we got some tired capacitors and the disk drive just isn't getting enough power or something. But we'll find out. I know these look kind of ugly, but whatever. I know I'm gonna miss one of these pads. I'm gonna like put this thing all back together and then find out that I forgot to put one of the capacitors on there. Some of these I'm putting a little bit too much solder on. But, I mean, it should still work with too much solder, right? That needs more flux. I think I missed that one. Can't tell if I took the legs off of this one already, but on this step you kind of find out because you can feel them underneath the solder with the iron. It seems to be fine. The more the merrier, exactly. You never have too much solder. You can never have too much solder in your lungs. Little known fact for you there. Sorry if I'm ever doing anything and it's like not in frame at all. I'm not super great at multitasking. That's a really fun thing about like streaming or even just like recording doing something like this. Like the odds of something going wrong while I'm filming it go up so much because I'm so easily distracted. Oh my dude, those are straight up just legs still on there. One still underneath that one. I think I moved it to the other pad. Do you prefer lead-free solder? Yeah, for health reasons, but all I have is leaded solder right now. You can definitely, I'm sure you can definitely hear it. I got the fan set up right here. I'm mostly safe. I can't feel that leg anymore. Use a little computer fan contraption that I made. Yeah. I almost made like a little jank kind of like hose setup. Actually, I think I have. I mean, I bought like a little USB fan. It was sitting over here. But then I actually got it, and I realized like, yeah, it might be adorable, but it's not very strong. It's a little, I think 40 millimeter. I just realized the backblast of my fan is it's just been cooling off my coffee this whole time, and now it's like absolutely chilled. That sucks. Yeah, it's the PSOne. Which there's a reason for that. I want to make my own PSP. A real PSP that will really serve no advantage. I got leaded coffee. Yeah, I guess I do have leaded coffee now. I'll keep drinking it. It makes it sweeter. It tastes better. That's a pad right there, right? That was that bastard one that was in a terrible spot. Are you gonna make a handheld PSOne? Yep. That's the idea. I think the plan is to also try not to make this one an abomination. I mean, it'll probably be a little bit of an abomination, but kind of want it to look cool. That's probably too much solder. We'll find out. Cross that bridge once we get there. I think that's all of the pads tinned, except for that one right there. It's not missing a pad, is it? No, that was just like all... either flux or residue. Oh yeah, it's just what the flux looks like when it's drying up on there. Okay. So yeah, got a little capacitor replacement kit. Really recommend this company if anybody's ever doing like similar work. Console 5. They are great. You're in fact working on your own handheld. What are you working on? That's fun. Handhelds are fun. I don't know, like I don't think that's like all I want to do on this this YouTube channel. It's just like do cursed handheld things. But I just like the novelty of them. It's literally something you can hold in your hand and just like kind of appreciate, you know? I think I'll start here in the middle. And now I gotta find out what kind of capacitor even goes on there. Make sure I'm looking at the picture not upside down, and it looks like a 1016. Don't like that some of these are loose. The 1016s are the tiny little bastard ones. Do I really want to start with that? Called the Phi slide. Where's that FL? That's an I, right? It has 3 mode, Game Boy mode, a DS mode, and a PSP looking mode. Okay, how are you doing that? Oh god, these loose capacitors. Also, but don't be surprised when I melt some of the plastic on the bottom of these surface mount capacitors. It's going to happen. I do not have a hand steady enough or a soldering tip that is fine enough. It is nice. Okay, I like the sound of that. Phi slide. Better way to take these out of there. God, these are so tiny. Oh, this is hateful. This is what I'm starting with. That's my finger. This one right here, yeah. I didn't realize that it was one of the tiny capacitors from looking at the picture that it took of it because I was so zoomed in. It just looked like a regular size capacitor. Oh, here goes nothing. Just make sure the soldering iron's good. It'll have a sliding mechanism. The controllers, they look like Joy-Cons but aren't removable. Okay. Held by some brackets, which will be connected to the mechanism. Okay, dope. Game Boy mode, a DS mode, and a PSP looking mode. That's cool. Did I need to put more flux on there? I think it's fine. At least this one's in an easy spot. Ooh. Is it attached? I can't tell. Looks okay. I mean, you can tell it wasn't put on there by the factory. For the DS mode, will be a screen hidden behind the main display that'll slide out with a hinge to change the viewing angles. Okay. So is it just like a general purpose handheld, or I guess are you just going to be like running multiple emulators on it? Or is it more just it's a handheld and you can play it? It's an all-in-one. Okay. Nice. It sounds like there's going to be a lot of very fun engineering challenges, something like that. That's very far beyond anything I would even think about starting right now. Little 47 microfarad. There we go. No, that's 0.47. There's 0.47. Alright, almost put a capacitor on there that was 100 times the capacitance. 4725. A little confused as to why I have 247 microfarad capacitors that are 25 volt and one that's 35. I don't know where that 35 volt one's gonna go. I'm gonna imagine, I think No, because these were 220 microfarad. They weren't 47. $16 volt. I don't think there's anything like over 20 volts, like on the. Yeah, it's like 16, and then there's another 16. So that's probably the 2 right there. And then probably something near the power supply is going to have a higher voltage. Power supply is, yeah, down near the bottom. I think it's that one. The original capacitor didn't show the voltage rating, or had like just a code for it that I don't know how to read, so. Yeah, there are many capacitors, but yeah, this guy here, he is the 0.747. This guy right here, 50 volt. Okay. If you insist. Wait, which way is the... Okay, so... Yeah, this one doesn't actually have like the little marking on it that shows which way is, like, which way the polarity is. But I think the trimmed sides right there is the positive side. That should be it. So in the original, it's, yeah, okay. So there's little trims on the actual like the pads that show you which way they go to. That's good. Just love it when there's little, oh God. This is rough. I'm gonna attack it in this side first though. It's literally just stuck to the flux right now. Something tells me if it moves, it's probably not soldered on there. This sucks. It's so close to these resistors. That looks like it's on there. Okay, so I think that's a... So some of these have like different markings. And I think there was like a little note that came with a little decoder. Unless these are... the same as the 1016. I'm gonna come back to that one later, because that one At least in the picture, it just has a marking that I'm not sure of. So whatever I have left over, I'll just use that. This one's a 220 microfarad. It should be the only one that I use because I already replaced 2 of the other 220 microfarad guys. Don't think that's on there. Oh god, this side, I have like no room to work with. It's so close to whatever this little guy is. Just gonna have to hope that I can kinda get away with sliding it as much as possible this way. Yeah, but then I can't. Ugh. Maybe I can slide it as the solder's melted. Uh-oh. Oh, and my soldering iron just decided to turn off. How many of them are left so far? Like 20. At least, this many. Oh no? Oh yeah. If you've ever recapped a Sega Game Gear, then you've gone through a similar pain. I think that's fine. I think I can get to the leg. Nah, it's not on there. I'm like, just barely get to the leg. Yep. We're burning that plastic. Hopefully this one's the hardest one. It's just how close it is to this other little surface mount whatever. Okay. It's a little better. Doesn't look like I bridged it with anything, but ideally it should be slid up a little bit further, close to that little blue thing. I could just swap this one out for a through hole mount. It would actually be easier. It would look jank, but it would be fine. like not close enough. Maybe. Ah, that's still moving. Nightmare. I'm already in over my head. What the? Out of here. No, that's it. I think that's... I can barely tell if it's even the pad that I'm trying to solder to right now. There's just so little room. But I think I just need a little more solder on the wick, or on the iron. I think that did it. I don't really have any way of checking to be sure right now. Oh my god. It's so hard to tell if like I accidentally like bridged anything that was like really close. I'm literally gonna use my phone as like a magnifier, but that's not even that's not even good enough. I think it's fine. I think we're gonna have to just send it. No, okay. From this angle in the light, it looks a lot better. I feel better about that. Alright, and next to that Nightmare one is luckily, actually luckily, a slightly smaller guy. .47 microfarad. Not one of these bigger ones. Pretty sure those, yeah, that'll go there. This is about to get real tight again, though. It's the 4716, 4716. So it'll be one of those. This one, I'm pretty sure, is this guy. Black part facing down. I was gonna say this one should be easier, but then I just realized that there's the other capacitor like right next to it. That one's probably gonna suck. It's one of the bigger guys too. The bigger guys, like, you get less room. Okay. Oh, yeah. Soldering iron turned off again. You're building your 3D printer and there was an issue with the SD card reader, so you resoldered each pin and without realizing bridged two of them. Then when you put it back together, everything fried. That's unlucky. Especially if it was just like two pins. I'm sure there were like a bunch of little pins and you just happened to hit the one that was like, I don't know, 5 volts or 12 volts or something. If you would have bridged together like a couple of like data pads, it probably would have been fine. It just wouldn't have worked. But whatever, learning experience, I suppose. I think there's just not enough solder on this pad. No, it looks like there is. There it is. Yeah, butterfly effect. That looks like it's on there, just not well. Just not flowing super good. More flux. I think that's on there. Fortunately, it will always be very hard to tell if it is actually on there. I need a microscope. So bad. I'm gonna do this guy. This guy looks like he might not be super fun. I'm gonna tin these up a little bit. Over tinning the pads actually seems to kind of help a little bit. There's just more for the legs of these capacitors to kind of latch onto, which is it's tough. I hate these little plastic containers that the capacitors come in. They're very not fun to open. Okay. But I might have boned myself on this side. Yeah, it's too far. I need to slide it. You're also a part-time game theorist? What theories are you working on right now? What do you know that we don't? That seems to be on there. Quick sanity check again, real quick. Look at the picture. Yeah, polarity's facing the right way everywhere. Five Nights at Freddy theory working on based off of the new game. I'm not super familiar with those games. I mean, other than like, the first, which was, simple little kind of neat indie horror thing. But man, they really got deep into the like the universe and the lore of that. Ugh. I need to pour myself some new coffee here in a second. It is ice cold. I think the next one I want to do is this one. And that is one of these 100 microfarad guys. Oh, do we have one more 22 microfarad? Yeah, they're in here. There's two of them. So the weird thing is that I have two different kinds of 100 microfarad caps. It might just be a size thing, but I'm not 100% on that. So we should have two of these guys. But then I have three of this other weird type. Do they give me extras? Of anything? So that'll actually make my job a little bit more difficult here. Okay, I think that's one of these 10, 16 guys. So I see two of them on the board. One, two. And then there's 1, 2. Oh, wait. This is getting a little... Isn't the PSX 32 megabytes of RAM? I don't actually know. Don't know that one off of the top of my head. Why, are we looking at RAM over here? Probably not that chip. Could be any of these. This is the PSOne. I would assume that the PSOne would have the same amount of RAM. Weird if it didn't. Alright, bear with me, guys. I am just kind of having a the symbols and the markings for like the capacitors that I have are a little bit different than the ones on the original board. So it's I'm trying not to just guess or like just throw something on the board that's like the wrong value. I'm only putting the stuff on the board where I'm like, you know, 100% positive that I'm putting the right thing there. So I'll skip over that one for now. 2 megabytes of RAM and 1 megabyte of VRAM. Minuscule. Did the PSOne have more VRAM than the N64? And the N64 did like larger textures though. But I know, I think like VRAM was like a very limiting thing on the N64, or like the RAM bus was. I know, like the N64 was kind of a like a beast for the time, but there was like one part about it that was just like kind of anemic that kind of like held it back. I can't remember what it was. Another one of these 47 16 volts. The kit I have has 25 volt, which is fine. With the expansion pack, the N64 had 8 megabytes of RAM. Okay. If I get it running, what am I gonna play? I have Resident Evil Director's Cut sitting right here. I can throw that in there. Is this facing the right way? Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. But yeah, it had 8 megabytes of RAM, but how much VRAM did it have? Did it have VRAM? Yeah, and Merry Christmas to you too, dude. Anybody get anything cool? I got something pretty cool that's like, I don't know, in the cool category for, you know, a 30-year-old like me. I got a really sick blender that I'm really excited to use. That's actually like S tier gift for somebody my age. I mean, shit, I'm happy to get like socks. It just means I didn't have to spend my own money on socks. Need some solder on there. Not super confident about that that first leg that I put on there, but it's attached. It had a base of 4 megabytes of RD RAM. Okay. It's coming through clutch with the blender piece. Dude, it's if you know anything about, so I work as a bartender, service industry. I know some stuff about restaurant things. It's a Vitamix blender, which is like a restaurant grade blender, which means it will last me my entire life. So I'm hyped. I got the Big Tree Tech kit for your 3D printer. Hell yeah. I actually don't know what that is. I'll look that up here in a second though. I would love a 3D printer upgrade. This beaded solder on my wick does not want to go to the pad. Come on. I think there was one of the legs still on the soldering iron. I think it just needs more solder. Am I gonna mod this PSOne as well? Yeah, I want to make another handheld. You know, something that's never been done before. A portable PlayStation. How novel. There we go. Solder just didn't want to flow on there. I'm gonna melt it a little bit more. There we go. But yeah, and I really didn't want to use a living PSOne because, I mean, I think they're kind of a little bit more rare than OG PSOnes. Only the PSP was made, never heard of it. Not the PPS, you are right. I think I'll call mine the PlayStation that is portable. The PSITP, the PSTIPT. I just realized that the legs of one of these guys is still on there. That's annoying. Portable PlayStation. The PPS. So I just want the plastic to break. And this plastic breaks so easily, luckily. Tip. Stip's got a good ring to it. Get off of there. No, there's a leg on there too. It's just stuck in the solder. There it is. I think that's still perfectly fine to solder onto, and I'm pretty sure both of those capacitors right there are just these awfully tiny little 10 microfarad guys. Which I would say these tiny little guys are the worst to replace. How do I know what caps to replace? I'm just replacing them all. Puzzle, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. It's cool talking to you, and good luck on your project. But yeah, I'm just replacing them all. I bought a like a replacement kit from Console 5. If you've never heard of them, I'd really recommend this company. Also, shout out to Michigan-based company. They'll basically, you can go onto the website and search most old, like most classic or retro consoles, and they'll just have like kits of every capacitor you need to swap out the caps, you know, on something, which is awesome. Really simplifies it. I just, whenever I'm like recapping something, I just buy 2 kits. That way I always have an extra one. It's super cheap. A cap kit never costs more than like, you know, like $4 or something like that. Also, I live in like Detroit, so getting something shipped from them takes like 3 days, which is awesome for something that's just like, you know, it's just shipped by like USPS. It's not like UPS express shipping or anything like that. Really good company. I'll swear by those guys. They give you a little piece of candy whenever you order something too. It's on there. I don't actually know if that was in frame while I was doing it. I think it's on there, but it's honestly like almost too small to tell with the naked eye if the leg is actually soldered on there. This thing's so tiny. Not gonna have a lot of room to work with on this one. The best you can do is like try to get contact with the pad and just kind of hope that the solder melts and the leg sticks like that. But then the second one is kind of a crapshoot, because it's almost hard to tell whether or not the leg is actually soldered on there or if it's just the other leg that you did solder on, keeping it steady. Like you can kind of like wiggle it and check to see if the leg's on there, but it's so hard to see. I think I dropped my solder on the ground. So I'll just grab some more. I think that was it. Solder on the tip of the iron actually moved onto there too. Yeah, looks good. Do I have a second iron? No, I just have the one station. I actually don't even have any other tips right now. I don't know where they are. I haven't used them since I moved like last year. But I meant to buy some the other day. I just forgot. Ooh, this is going to be one of the ones that sucks. This guy right here, another one of these real tiny ones. Negative side facing up. Yeah, she's real close to a couple of tiny little resistors. Actually not that bad. That was one of the easier ones. This one looks like it's going to be a bastard though, because that pad is so close to a little resistor there. Got to go eat with the fam. Hey, enjoy the rest of your holiday, man. Thanks for stopping by. Good talk. What else we got here? I want to get the rest of these tiny little guys on there. So we got him. Him. Man, did they give me extras? I have to just be missing some. I don't know. Maybe they just gave me extra. All right. I think I'm gonna go grab another drink here. Let me make I'll have some more coffee. More coffee with a little bit of bourbon in it. It's Christmas. Alright, I got a beer instead. Don't tell anyone. I don't have that many more of these guys to put on there. get that little 22 microfarad guy that goes right there. It is 22, not 0.22. 10 volts it looks like. I mean, a lot of these will probably work fine even with the wrong value capacitors if they're close enough. But I want to get this right the first time. So you need negative side facing up. I need to stop my soldering iron from cooling down. I love that. And I'm going to make sure again that it is this one right here next to the brown resistor and whatever that little guy is. Looks like a BIOS or something. It's almost certainly not what that is. Yeah, that's good. That's good for the board. They like that. Cool. That one was easy. I think it was just barely in frame while I did it too, though. It's par for the course with me. This guy is a 1016 volt. Still don't know which. Guys, those are. You know, there was a little note that came with like this kit in the mail that said something about the capacitor values. I'm gonna go grab that. I cannot find the note. Oh well. I am going to have to make an educated guess. And use the capacitors that I have. Is there one more capacitor with this value? Not really. Don't really love what I'm about to do. So I think the kit that they gave me. I mean, there's a couple of different types of 100 microfarad caps like on the board. They probably have different like voltage. Oh, SMD voltage codes. Okay, there we go. It's on the little cool little card that they give you. Um, CFK, like the C and yeah, that is the rated voltage code. Cool. So that'd be 16. But then like the caps on the original PS1 have like a different code. What is a 4S? Or a 1R4? Okay. So of course, like I'd Google this, and the AI Google answer is like obviously wrong. How do these voltage codes work? F75. Oh well. I think I'm just gonna have to put something on the board and send it. Just making sure the other kit that I had, like, had all of the same things. All the same capacitors. So, as far as I can tell, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 capacitors to still put on there. I have a lot more than 5 capacitors. I have like 10. I'm gonna look up the PSOne capacitor values. Oh god, there's so many different revisions of the board. I need the internal service manual. Here we go. Archive.org coming in clutch. Diagrams. Which board do I have? 51. Printed wiring board. This is quite useful, but I don't think it lists out capacitor values. Actually, here we go. Electrical parts list. We need, I think this is C508. Don't see a C508 on the parts list. Huh. It's also really hard to see this on the archive.org. Here, can I record my... Oh god, it's gonna download like this in every format there ever was. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Reproduction prohibited. Watch me. C508. A 100 microfarad 6.3 volt cap. Cool. Like binds down for switching scenes. So 6.3 volts. Oh, here's the J. 6.3 volts. I gotta use one of these. Cool. That solves that mystery. Just gotta use one of these guys here, which I have two of. I'm pretty sure I only use one. So, got a lot of extra parts with this, which I guess is, you know, cool if you fuck anything up, which I'm highly likely to do, so. Alright, let's get the soldering iron going back up. I learned some things today. Also very good to learn of the existence of the internal service manual for the PSOne. I wonder how common it is for those things to be publicly available, because I mean it's an internal service manual, so it probably had to like leak at some point from somewhere. So it's probably not going to be available for everything. I mean, it most certainly won't. Yeah, this one's rough. Very close to a tiny little resistor that I'm trying not to desolder from the board. There we go. Isn't it crazy that like back in like the 60s and I think into like the 70s, it was just common still for PCBs to be like hand soldered? Somebody was doing this shit by hand. Every single one of them. Every single board. Granted, the the boards and the circuits weren't as complex as anything like this. But still wild. I think that's on there. So C, I'm gonna guess, stands for capacitor. C663. I need to know what kind that was. C663. Electrolytic. Another 106.3 volt. Okay. So it is the same type. Yeah, they're just shaped differently in the, I mean, they're just two different sizes for some reason. No, this one's 4 volts. But that's okay. I don't have anything that's 4 volts. It would start with a G for the code. Yeah, just be another one of these guys. Should be fine. It's over spec'd, but that's okay. Not an issue. Polarity goes this way. Uh-oh. That's gonna suck. Look at how much room you have to work with there. Okay, I can touch the leg on there. I'm gonna melt the shit out of the plastic on whatever this capacitor is here, but whatever. Oh, I hate that. It's also definitely not on there. Got plastic on the tip. It's not going well. Maybe I can Slide this guy up a little bit and give myself a little bit more room to work with. Maybe it is soldered on there. It's not moving with this leg desoldered. Might have got it. It just doesn't look like I did. Yeah, that's sketch. Very, very sketch. The soldering iron started cooling down. Waiting for it to heat back up again. There it is. I think. Also put a nice little bead of solder on something there. I hope it's fine. Might as well. Try to unfuck that. If it is even fucked in the first place, who knows? But yeah, there's just like a little piece of solder on here now. Try to suck that up. I think I just like exposed metal because I melted a bunch of plastic on it. I think I'm just gonna live with that. I think it's fine. Alright, so now we need C606, looks like. C606. You are a ceramic chip. I'm looking at the wrong guy. We need C666. Hell yeah. Electrolytic, 10 microfarads, 16 volt. Another one of these very tiny guys. Appears to be so. Gotta face that way. Oop. These things are so small. That needs some flux on it. You can tell just by looking at it. So where am I working right now? There. good. And I think it's good. Little difficult to tell. So we got another one, C600. Didn't know what that one was. C600 electrolytic chip, 1016 again. Yep, okay. So this is another, I think this is just another case of original board, just use different sized capacitors. The kit that I got just uses the same size for anything that's like the same value, which is fine. Let's make sure that's even visible. Slid. There we go. Looks good to me. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it looks good enough. Looks like it'll probably work. Got another one here, 602. O2 is electrolytic cap, 100 microfarad, 4 volts. All I have now are these 16 volt rated ones. Yeah, same there. I have so many extra ones. It's gonna trip me out. Yeah, I have this 100 microfarad one that's rated for 16 volts. Just too much, but it should be fine. That's all I have left. Already used this J1, which is 6.3. The C508, which was also a 6.3 volt. I probably should have used one of the stronger caps there. Just because I have them. I don't actually know why I have them, though. But it should be fine. Looking at 602, polarity, negative is down. wish I would have used one of those other caps. This guy just barely fits on there. Oh! Couldn't see it on camera, but I just like set my soldering iron down on my mouse pad. Very smart. I'm hoping a little bit of extra solder will make that a little easier. Where did I put that capacitor? I can use another one of these. Oh, flipped it over. The slightly smaller guy probably would have been pretty useful here. It's tacked on there at least. This might be kind of rough. She ain't quite on there. I wish I had one of those surface mount capacitor desoldering like iron tips. Those things are sick. It's like a little piece of like it's basically heated tweezers. You can just like lift things off. Because I would love to steal this guy and put it on there. It's a little bit smaller. It'd be easier. And then, well, actually, I should swap it out with one of these. Maybe I can do that. Oh no. I don't even want to, because like putting the bigger capacitor there is going to be really tough with that tiny little resistor being there. I think I just need to just try to make this one work. Easier said than done. Could not tell if that's actually on there. Oh, I got a little bead on there. Somehow. It's not flowed on there very well, and it looks pretty ugly, but I think it's attached. Having my doubts about that leg now. But yeah, might be the best we get for now. So are there any unpopulated pads right now? I don't see any. I think that's all of them. I have 5 extra capacitors from the kit, which I would assume would just have exactly however many you need. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's capacitors on the actual disk drive, like underneath here somewhere, that was for. I don't know. What if we just send it? I could just plug it all back together right now and see if anything blows up. We should probably put it in the case before. So the CD drive isn't literally just sitting on the PCB. That wouldn't be a good idea. I have a disc over here. The director's cut. That's the good one. It's got the director's true vision, which apparently involved making the basement theme hilarious. Power connector seems a little wobbly, but I'm gonna ignore it. Also, the things that I had to do to that power connector to get this random barrel jack adapter that I have to work are unspeakable. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Basically, there's a little coiled up piece of scrap metal in there to ensure that the barrel jack adapter, that like the center like pin was slightly too small to properly make contact. So I fixed it. And it's all just hooked up to my benchtop power supply, which I'm gonna turn on right now. And well, shit, are we actually trying this right now? I'm kind of scared. We're set to 7.5 volts. Yep. Output on. It's not drawing anything right now because I haven't pressed the power button. It spins. It's spinning slow though. Oh, it's spinning up. It usually never gets this far on its own, but it did slow down a little bit again. It's slowing down. Yeah, it just seems to... Yep, it stopped. Seems to not be able to quite get there. Let's pop that out. It's possible that I might have adjusted the potentiometer on the disk drive a little bit too much. Also, hilariously, the one thing that I haven't tried is just like cleaning the disk reader, but it can't be that. Okay, so tiny little potentiometer here. I'm not even going to read the values. I'm just going to turn it up. Just a little. And maybe that'll be it. Because I mean, this thing booted up, so in theory, all the capacitors are on there correctly enough. So wait, booted it without a disk. Hold down the disk drive button. Speaker on this CRT sounds terrible, by the way. All right, spun up again, but now it's slowing, speeding up. Slowing, speeding, slowing, speeding. Yeah. Did it do better than the first time? Like, I'm not sure. It didn't show that it was like voltage limiting or anything from the power supply. Everything looked fine. Crank her up a little bit more. Thing is, though, with this thing, from what I can tell, like the tiniest little adjustments make a huge difference in the like the resistance on the potentiometer. You have to be pretty careful. I could also try a different disc. I don't even know if this disc is good. I don't think I've ever actually played this this copy that I have. I think I have. Yeah, it's so weird. It like speeds up and slows down. Does not seem like it's spinning fast enough. And it's doing that again. I think it tried harder this time. I'm gonna grab a different disc. Okay. Got Alien Resurrection, which is something that I've at least played recently. I think it's doing the same thing. Slowing down, speeding up. Oh! Oh, it booted, but the FMV's lagging. Okay, so yeah, that's a problem with just the disk not reading quick enough. It's not spinning fast enough. Yeah. It's the farthest we've ever gotten. Also, I did these potentiometer adjustments originally. I actually cranked it up much higher than I'm cranking it up right now, and it still didn't work. But this is the best result I've gotten yet. I'm sure this is not scraping up against the disc. So it usually starts slow and then kick into second gear. Yep, there it goes. It's like that's when it realizes, like, okay, this is a PlayStation 1 disc. But now it's still slowing down, speeding up. It's working better. Okay. Well, it's going to play an FMV in the beginning. I think it's good. Is there supposed to be sound? There is sound, there's just not a lot. I'll turn up the volume on the TV. Sorry, I don't have like my capture card set up or anything right now. Oh, this FMV is disturbing. Like cutting a dude's chest open and pulling the fucking alien out of him. It's pretty sick though. Okay, so that's working. I think I have at least a mostly working PSOne now. I cannot believe those capacitors are on there well enough for this to run. Some of those are pretty sketch. Hey, at least they're new. If as long as they stay on there, that'll give this thing some longevity, because those capacitors are trash. Okay, I turned it up ever so slightly more, just to maybe give it a little a little extra to work off of, because maybe it was just like right on the edge of not working. And I'm pretty sure what I'm doing right now lowers the life expectancy of the disc reader, but dude, with the things I'm gonna do to this PSOne, the disc reader not lasting as long as like the least of its worries. Nope. Flew too close to the sun. I don't know if doing this can fry it. Hopefully not. Also kind of insane with how like fine-tuned it needs to be to actually run. Oh wait, no, I see. There's a problem here. This guy's getting close. Stay down. We're supposed to be in like IO shield that it's taped to, but it's not on there right now. No. Wasn't enough again. Also, I should be reading the resistance values of the potentiometer, but I'm not. Whatever. Now I'm unsure of whether or not it's getting too much power or not enough. Kind of don't really have a way of knowing. Kicked into second gear. It's booting. It's booting, but it's slowing down. It's speeding up. It's slowing down and speeding up. Now we got laggy FMV again. Yeah, I should have just left it when it was working. It's nice that this game is actually a nice test, because these FMVs, like in these games, like that is the most like work that the disk drive actually has to do. Like running the actual game is easier than these like videos loading. A lot more encoded information being read in a video. Oh, that's going so fast. And then it just cut out. It's like, nah, dog, couldn't handle it. These pot adjustments are so precise. Almost to the point where you can't even see the pot move. Like, it's so tiny. But you can kind of feel it move, and you gotta go off of that, I guess. Took a little while. I think it's going to be bad laggy FMV again. Yeah. I hate that I have to take this whole thing out every time I want to make a tiny little adjustment. Alright, it doesn't get more... Like, that turn could not be more minute. This looks okay. No. I think it was better than last time, but like not by much. And yeah, I so barely adjusted that pot. This is so finicky. Stay down. No, it's spinning too fast. Slow down. Is it just a fluke? Why does it do that? That's so weird. It's so just like marginal. Hi, dog. Why would this need to be so precise? I guess it's like, it's something that's like adjusted in the factory and the machine gets it perfect. I know you hate having your collar on. Like, this is definitely something that was never intended to be hand adjusted. It's going too fast. That seems like it would be a good thing for the disc to just like spin super quickly, because if it spins too slow, it doesn't even run. Sorry about the camera shake. I had it running there. And then I decided to fuck with it. It's spinning up. Making a lot of noise though. No. I feel like it was like close to booting. And then it just didn't. Oh, it's given up. I don't know, maybe a little oil on the motor, something. I think that should be fine. I'm gonna clean the lens. It's like the one thing I haven't done, like the simplest. But we've seen it run without that being fucked with. The laser is almost certainly fine. Speeding up, slowing down, speeding up, slowing down. It looks like it's okay, it's booting. It's... I probably should be trying this like more than one time per boot. So it seems like... Oh, now it's... Yeah, that FMV's loading real slow. Yeah, it's pretty much not even working. But I turned it down that time. Right? Shit, I don't even remember for sure. Turn it down a little bit again. See, now it shouldn't work. That should make it worse. Well, kicked into second gear. It spun really fast and then it gave up. Here, clicking. Just probably the head kind of banging back and forth, probably. Oh, it worked. It booted great that time. And then it started to slow down again. Oh, that was high gear. Why does it work sometimes? Like now it's doing great. Is this thing just like gummed up? Is it just getting better the more it runs? Huh. I don't have any oil I can oil this thing up with. Stop spinning. I want a cold start. You're gonna work from a cold start. Clicking again. Yeah. I mean, shit, didn't everybody's PlayStation do this? Like, sometimes it would it would play discs and sometimes it wouldn't. It's doing the... I think it's... Yeah, it's running the FMV fine. Like, it's on the edge. Disc isn't like fucked up or anything either. It would suck if it was fucked up. This is one of the more rare PSOne games that I have. I don't know why I'm using it to test a broken PlayStation. It is actually a good test game though, just because it boots right into an FMV. I know I have other games that do that too, though. Parasite Eve would have been really good. I know that has like a whole crazy FMV intro. This one's good though, because as soon as you hear like the 20th Century Fox theme, like you know whether or not it's fucked up. Speeding up, slowing down, kicking into second gear. Now the FMV's fucked up though. Ugh. Again, did I just have it and I should have left it? Can you can't really get better than, well, it works, I guess. Oh, such tiny little adjustments. Feels like it shouldn't be doing anything. Probably also should have booted that up twice. Oh well. It's a little slow, but it is smooth. It kicked in. but it kicked in too hard, and it gave up. All right, warm start, warm start. You got this. It's clicking. It's angry. I'm not like undervolting this or anything, am I? It's 7.5 volts. Yeah, DC 7.5. Huh. So wish I could make this adjustment without pulling the ribbon cable out every single time. All right, I want to know what the actual resistance value is on this right now. And my meter is actually really, really bad at reading this because they are tiny, tiny, tiny little contacts, and it has a really hard time actually telling that it's attached to anything. I think there's like some leftover residue or something on these contacts, and it just like my meter can't even tell that it's attached to anything right now. If I could tell which contact which went to which, I could just use the ribbon, I guess. But for some reason when I set it to continuity, it can kind of tell. It's also very low. It's supposed to be around like 900 to be normal. From what I saw online, like 950, 1000 is what it's supposed to be at, and that's what I had it originally set to, and it wasn't working. There's no way this works though. It just won't. The higher resistance, it's probably barely even gonna spin up. The FMV is going to be fucked up, though. It's actually not. Well, no, it's a little laggy. Yeah. But, like, I cranked that thing. Was it just way too high before? Why would it be so angry about that? So we were at what, like 950 before? We'll make the tiniest little pot adjustment there. I'm sure that's good for it. That's at 900. Spun up. It's weird that it just like speeds up and slows down. That sounded good. Looked good too. Yeah, I wish I had this set up so you could see it. It's actually really shitty that I don't. But the FMV's running smooth. Looks like a locked 30 FPS. Maybe 24 frames per second, I don't know. Who knows what they encoded this in. It's working now. Do I just like not fuck with this anymore? Because it seems to be fine. Last time I fucked with it when it seemed to be working fine, I ruined it again. I'm gonna go grab Parasite Eve because I know that boots into an FMV. Heh. Are you disc 1? You're disc 1. Pretty sure this disc works. I haven't played it in a very long time, but I have played it. That's a good boot time. I like that. Like, if it doesn't take a long time to get to the second, like, actual, like, PlayStation logo, that feels like a very good sign. Slowing down, speeding up. Just sounds like it's working hard. Published by Square Electronics, LLC. Weird that it'll kind of like slow down and almost basically stop though. Maybe that's normal. Maybe different FMVs depending on how they're encoded, like the disc needs to spin at different speeds. I don't actually know how that works. But this is running fine. Or at least looks like it is. The shitty blown out volume though, that's the speakers of the TV. The TV speakers are really bad. Everything sounds like that. I think it's good. This intro is so cool. So fucking cool, by the way. I'm gonna call it fixed. I'm gonna call it working good enough to be used in a project for later that might just fully kill it anyways. I did it. Maybe. Which, so I'm really unsure whether or not the cap replacement was actually like needed. I mean, I played around with this thing a lot before I replaced the caps. I changed that pot value quite a bit. Actually, definitely had it or tried it like at the value that I have it right now, around like 900. I think it's just I guess maybe it's 900 ohms. I don't actually know what this thing is set to right now. And it definitely didn't work. And I tested it around a lot of ranges, like around 900, and it still didn't work. I think I just had it cranked up way too high from my like last ditch effort to fix it before I did the cap replacements. Why am I taking this? Yeah, no, actually I do need to take it all the way apart. So I'm gonna say replacing the caps on this board probably helped at least a little bit. Because I definitely did test this thing like with the potentiometer set to the values that it's set to right now, and it definitely didn't work. This was the first time I ever got a game to boot at all. Before, we got nothing out of it. Which, hey, I'm going to try Resident Evil again. Just because that was the game that I was originally testing, and that never worked. So if that boots up fine, then I must have done something right. Drop me headphones. Okay, Resident Evil Director's Cut. Let's go. I don't think the wire's scraping the bottom of the the disc. Who knows? Also, maybe this disc just doesn't work. It took a little bit longer to get to the second PlayStation logo, but it did get there. Disc is going a little slow. It's speeding up, slowing down, speeding up, slowing down, speeding up, slowing down. It looks angry. God damn it. I mean, this disc looks immaculate. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Before I start messing around with this, I'm just gonna clean the disc here in a second, but give me. Okay, somewhere in this room is a microfiber cloth. I do not know where it is. Watch it be in the shot of the camera. I have a couple of cloths. All right, I got a good one. I got an official Ray-Bans. It's a $100 microfiber cloth. So I paid $200 for the glasses and the microfiber cloth that came with it, which means the microfiber cloth is worth $100. So it must be good. It's also covered in dog hair. So this will surely make things better. There's a pretty good scratch, but I think that should be fine. Actually, this kind of all looks terrible. Is Windex a good thing to be using? It's going to be like a very John Bringus moment. Begin to understand why he hates optical media so much. The inner ring is very scratched. I believe the inner ring of the disc is how the PlayStation tells if it's running an actual PlayStation game. Yeah, I don't know why Resident Evil Director's Cut is now the litmus test for whether or not this thing is actually functioning, but here we are. If this game boots up, I'm happy. Okay, not bad. It's making weird noises again. Yeah, nothing good ever comes of this thing making weird noises. I see the head like track to the hole. Oh! It's booted. Maybe the FMV on this is just like really heavy. Oh yeah, it does have this whole goofy ass FMV. Yeah, it booted. I'm gonna put this back together and oop, that thinks the disc tray is open. I'm gonna get this thing back together, and I guess I can set up my capture software, and I don't know. I'll play into the game a little bit. Just like really be sure it was working. Yeah. So this might have just been a dirty disc the whole fucking time. I did try other discs. I swear. So originally I thought maybe Resident Evil was like the only disc that I had that was black. I forgot that all PS1 discs, or at least all the ones that I have, the other disc did work, yeah. But I don't know, for some reason this game was the hardest to get running, but that might have just been because it was dirty the whole time. I don't know. I need to be better about like accounting for variables and making sure there aren't variables before I get too deep into, you know, fixing something, I guess. You know, not saying this was just the disc was dirty the whole time and I should have cleaned it, but because it definitely wasn't. But I should account for things like that before I get too deep into rabbit holes like this. That's all the parts, right? Or is there another shield? No, right? Yeah, everything's shielded. I do love the design of this little thing. It's adorable. Absolutely cute. AF. Where is a good screwdriver? I'm just grabbing you a bit. Hate that I had to peel that back. And there is a chance that one day this thing will never live in this case again anyways. This is not the right bit size. No. Weirdly, the regular Phillips head screw tips work the best on here, when you would expect like the Japanese ones to work best, wouldn't you? Considering this was, I mean, was it made in Japan? Made in China, but yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. What is the deal with the like the Japanese screws that look like Phillips heads, but they're ever so slightly different? I don't like the panel gapping going on here. It's making me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Looks fine, I guess. I'm gonna have to go grab my RetroTink. You have a factory sealed PS3 FAT. Don't even turn that thing on, dude. Pre-ordered on launch and I don't know what to do. Change cooling paste. That thing's probably worth a lot of money. Probably not is sought after is something like you know, like an Xbox 360 that still has the blade like UI. Those things are sick. But I don't know, man. That's tough. I have a fat PS3 that Yellow Light of Death on me, and I kind of someday want to go through the like the Franken PS3 process, where you take one of the newer revision CPUs or the GPU. They call it something on the PS3. I forget, but one of the newer revision ones, and it's actually like pin compatible. After you make a couple of like very small modifications on the motherboard, I think it's just like putting a couple of resistors somewhere. Yeah, you just put the new, is it PPU? I think it's the PPU on the old board, and then you have a Franken PS3, a backwards compatible PS3 with a PPU that won't die. Problem is that you need like a legit solder rework station, heating plate, and you know, you're soldering like something that's like, I forget what it's called, but it's soldered from the bottom, like a bunch of little beads that you have to melt, and then the CPU like kind of melts onto it. Very difficult. And I've never done that, but I'd like to try that someday. Having a Franken PS3 would be pretty dope. And it kind of sucks right now because I actually don't have a regular PS3. I just have a dead fat PS3. But yeah, if you ever want to look into doing a Franken PS3, there's a guy, his name is Rip Felix. That guy has a lot of interest, or a lot of info on reviving dead PS3s. BGA chip ball grid array. Yep, little beads. You get the little like stencil and put the solder paste on, and then get all the balls in the stencil, and I don't know, just pray nothing fucks up when you melt the solder. All right, I'm gonna grab my retro tank. Funny thing about my retro tank, I lost the top cover. I don't know where it is. Why is the top cover removed, you asked? A couple of the, actually it looks like it was the white one here. Like the joints got cracked, and I had to reflow a couple of them. And I guess when I did that, I misplaced the top of this thing somewhere. I don't know how I did that, but it's been gone for a while now. I just got this this PVM, by the way, this Sony PVM CRT. I love it. paid too much money for it, but for a little test bench CRT, I mean, it literally doesn't get better, I don't think. It's so compatible with like everything. The picture is awesome. You have a hot plate and a rework station and a microscope and a cheap oscilloscope, but I'm still learning. I don't mind tinkering on stuff that's already broken. Yeah. No, all I've been doing, and I'm very much learning as well. Like, I just buy shit that's already broken. There's a really dope like retro video game shop over by me. That'll like has a little like shelf in the back that's just like stuff that people brought in for trades, but when they tested it, it didn't work, and that person decided like, just I don't know, you can have it for $2 or whatever, and then the shop sells it for $10. So I got this for like $10. Putting a lot of work into it to get it working, but whatever. For a hobby, it's kind of cheap. Definitely more expensive hobbies out there. Unfortunately, I have some of them. Needed to yank an HDMI cord out of something. Alright. It should be set up. My desk is a nightmare. Zoom out a little bit more. No. You can't see the whole nightmare. And we'll test things with my crispiest PSOne controller. It's in pretty good shape. Oh, I didn't mean to turn it on. Oh, go to sleep. Capture card, yep, okay, that's normal. I gotta get the other remote for my retro tank. I don't think I have a preset made for the PSOne. I watch my events and buy it, fix it, and of course Tronics Fix. I am not familiar with any of those guys. I watch a lot of Adrian's Digital Basement. He really doesn't do a lot of solder work. I mean, it does a decent amount. His specialty is more like debugging and finding the issue, and he's also more of a retro PC guy rather than game consoles. Do I have a PSOne profile on here? I don't think I do. So set this to S video. That would be good enough, but you can get a decent picture out of this. Why not? Wait. Let's unmute that. Audio output. Wait, do I get audio now? Wait, can you hear it? I should get. See audio. It was set to the wrong thing. No, I'm still getting nothing. Oh, and it's also, well, yeah, there's no fucking game in it. I'm gonna turn on my, oh, and it's also, well, yeah, there's no fucking game in it. I'm gonna turn on my, see if I can hear it on the stream. Well, yeah, there's no fucking game in it. Nope. Why no audio? I mean, I just have it. Set to output the desktop audio. It's not muted anywhere. The advanced audio properties. How do you get to that thing? Yeah, there. Set it to monitor. I should be able to hear that. What's going on here? Yeah, no audio from the console. We were getting audio out of my TV when it was plugged in, though. This might be a RetroTink thing. It could be the capture card. This is weird, though. This should just work. Do I possibly... No, OBS is not turned down in the volume mixer. I'm confused. Just restarting the retro tank. Again, this should just work. Yep. Audio is coming out of the console. I think this is an OBS problem. OBS just doesn't want to let me monitor the audio coming from the capture card for some reason. I have it all, I'm pretty sure I have it all set up right. This is not my first rodeo when it comes to capturing something coming from the retro tank. You know what, I'll just throw a game in there so something is constantly playing and I don't need to keep turning it on and off. Also, the game better run. I'm going to be really upset if it doesn't. It totally didn't boot the game. I heard the disk stop. Why is it so marginal? What's the deal with that? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Is that good enough? Some games maybe boot a little better. Yeah, it's really not booting now. For some reason, it's making a very angry noise now. Yeah. For some reason, this game's kind of cursed. don't know why. I might just end up seeing if there is a replacement disk drive that I can get. Just throw a replacement in there. Maybe it's compatible with like a regular PSOne one. I'll also check to see if that's a thing. Yeah, what is the deal with my audio rate now? Calm down, OBS. There's the FMV playing. Looks fine. I don't know for sure until I can hear the audio. It's on track 1, it's not set to mono. I don't know, man. Like, do I just go grab a known working PSOne and see if that works on this? No, because the PSOne's fine. No, this has to be an OBS thing. And I'm really afraid that it's just going to be like one of those, if I restart OBS starts working. One thing I do really want to test with this though is load times. I know from experience, Dino, what is it? Fuck, what's the name of that? Dino, whatever the Dino Crisis. I played that on one of my PS1s that has a dying disk drive, and the load times in the game are like 5 minutes, like 5 to 10 minutes for just like loading different areas. So that's like almost a really good test. What? Just want to get the audio working here. Listening to long device globally, OBS, my official audio settings, desktop. Here, let me unhide. Well, it's showing no audio coming from the capture card at all, which shouldn't be a thing. So either the capture card's being stupid, or the RetroTink isn't outputting anything, which shouldn't be a thing. I've used it recently. Yeah. I always have desktop audio disabled. That's useless. I usually just set that as a source. I'm gonna fix OBS settings, audio, advanced, enable monitoring device. I was looking for that monitoring device, but yeah, that's not doing it. I set my speakers to the monitoring device, but like the capture card is showing no audio going to the capture card. Monitor and output. Nope. I'm gonna restart OBS. Stream's gonna cut out for a sec, but oh well. No, I got nothing. Huh. Replugged it in, got nothing. This oh, this is so annoying. This isn't what I set out to fix today. It's just the capture card isn't receiving anything or picking up any sound, which I hope the RetroTink isn't broken again. That's possible, but I mean, I have right and left channel plugged in. I would expect maybe one of them to be not working. Could also go plug this into my TV and see if that works. I don't know. Sony ZV-E M2. Oh, this is wrong device. Let's disable it. Deactivate it. what can I plug? Just plug the PC. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. I just want an easy way to test this without ripping apart my entire setup. But I might need to do that. Oh, the RetroTink's not showing anything again? Did it just go back to default settings? Is that why? Yeah, I bumped the power cord here probably. Really doesn't like it when you do that. Where'd the remote go? Why do I have audio now? What the fuck? Granted, I only have left channel. Oh my god. Cool. Just these cables? Oh my god. Nope, it's the... Oh. Oh, my internet went out. Why did it I disconnected for a second. No, I have audio because here. These solder joints. Here, you need desktop audio. Go back here. I'm gonna copy PC audio. Wait. Copy that. Paste that. You hear the right channel kicking in? And then it all just cut out. It's just because it's on this loading screen. Okay. I try to fix the solder. Again. Dude, I swear the solder joints on my RetroTink have always been so trash. Why are they so garbage? Maybe it's a good thing I just leave the top off of this thing with how many times I've had to fix this. Must be a cold solder joint. Yeah. Hilarious. Ah! That'll help. This thing's also surprisingly like not that easy to get out of here. Little plastic pry tool. There we go. I'm so sick of fixing this thing. Just gonna reflow them. The white left channel is fine, I think. But, oh my god. Oh my god. Good thing it's an easy fix. It's almost kind of not with this thing, because so the problem is like the I don't know what to call them, but the like these rings here. Zoom in a little bit. Like the ring like pads that here I can't actually see what I'm doing. That these legs solder to are like so tiny and thin that it's like it's almost like these don't really have anything to like rip onto. That looks terrible. And I think one of the pads might have come off at one point. Just from like this thing rocking. Like the pads on one side of the PCB popped off. But if you get it hooked up to the pads on the other side of the PCB, it's fine, but just doesn't really have a lot of support. And they rip off of the pads really easy. Like the solder does, I guess. Not even putting you back in your case. I hate. Yep. Got left. Live soldering. Oh, might have just bridged something. Don't do this to your RetroTink. It hates it. We got Got that on the capture card. I'm being an idiot. Just have a tangle of wires. No, don't go to a loading screen. Oh, it's that one. Oh! Oh! That's the leg. More flux. Why is that flowing like shit? More heat? What's going on here? This shouldn't be a thing. If I move it into a spot where it's working. Fuck you. This is so stupid. This is the dumbest thing ever. I don't have a PS1 profile. It'd be really cool if the video stopped working. Also, the solder joints on that look like absolute dog shit, like what I just did to it, but it works. I don't care. It'll work for who knows how long. It's not stupid when it works. I don't know if I might disagree with that statement, but right now I don't. Right now I don't care. Shit. Should be loud, but I'm pretty sure I have audio ducking on the source, so it should make the game quieter when I talk. In theory. Sometimes that doesn't always work great. Probably shouldn't load a game. Oh, I don't have a memory card in here. That's okay. I'll start a new game then. Just see what loading times look like, I guess. That seems fine. Like, that's not bad at all. Especially for a PS1 game. Okay, we are officially in control of the game. By default, it's inverted, which is cursed. But if you didn't know about this game, something really cool about it. is that it's a PS1 DualShock game that actually controls like a modern FPS. Meaning you actually move with the left stick, move and strafe with the left stick, and look around with the right stick. Which games were not doing back around this time. This is actually a very cool PS1.
Report to R&D dissection chambers. Breach in progress. Tactical squad, please report to lower engineering deck.
It's X to crouch. That's kind of weird. But at least it's proper actual dual stick first-person shooter controls.
Access denied. You do not have Delta 5 security clearance.
Not actually interactable, is it? This game is also incredibly difficult. Is another thing about it. Got the key card.
Delta 5 security clearance granted.
Yeah, I'll probably turn down the game volume just a little bit here. I did mess with the audio a little bit, so I'm sure I messed up something having to do with like the audio ducking. It was also set up to be like tuned to my other microphone, not this like shotgun mic that I have set up right now. Is there a flashlight in this game? I don't remember. Quick turnaround. But it is actually really funny with this game. If you go back and read like a lot of the reviews for this game when it came out, the reviewers like hated the control scheme, which is like now just like a modern control scheme. Alright, I'm gonna pop another game in here. I want to know what's up with Resident Evil, though. Why does Resident Evil not work? The disc... I don't know, it doesn't look any worse than the one that I'm using right now. The case is in really terrible shape. I mean, a lot of my games have jewel cases that are in awful shape. They're kind of just made out of garbage plastic, I'm pretty sure. Very, very brittle nowadays. Yeah, it's not gonna boot Resident Evil. Maybe this is the only game in my collection that won't work. Let's grab something else. Because it did boot up that one time after I cleaned it a little bit. Alright, Dino Crisis. Dino Crisis, I'm pretty sure, is a very... Oh, this case is even in worse condition. Dino Crisis, I'm pretty sure, is even more difficult to run. Or like an even more intensive PS1 game. Did this also? Yeah, it came with the Resident Evil 3 demo disc. That's fun. Oh, you gotta roll out? It was good talking to you, man. Yeah, no. Enjoy your night and a family to drive through 3 hours. Oh, yeah. Well, drive safe and safe travels. Oh, God, my desk is a mess right now. But yeah, I'm pretty much done here anyways. If this boots up, cool. If the load times are good, even better. Okay. I'm pretty sure that logo popping up, well, I'm not that sure. But I think that the second logo popping up just means that the PlayStation recognized that there's a PlayStation disc in the disc reader. Got the bell thingy notified. Yeah, smash that bell. I might do some more streams. Who knows? I want to do some stuff on Twitch, but if I'm doing something on Twitch, it's just going to be like actual gameplay. Streaming on YouTube's kind of weird, though. I'm still getting used to it. This is also doing fine, by the way.
The second report from military experiment.
I'm going to skip this. The FMVs are loading. Oh, followed me there too. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we'll see if I do anything on there anytime soon.
Okay, this is the first checkpoint. Playtime is officially over, kiddies. Something's wrong. The lights in the guardhouse are out.
Maybe this has been a
Can't
while
skip
back.
this.
You know, it's,
Yeah, I just want to get to a point in this game where I like walk into a new zone, because the zones take forever to load.
Stay here, Junior. Leave the guards to me.
Oh hell yeah, on the Discord too. I need to start actually using that. I don't really know how though.
Forget about it. Just let Gail handle this.
Later, dude. Really wish I could skip this. Okay, this is loading a new zone, right? Whenever you see the...
okay, let's do this.
Yeah, this seems to be fine.
Facility and occupy the control room on
I guess I could hook up my
I should have access to
my other PlayStation 1 with the busted disk drive and
as soon as I clear.
compare it to that. But I think this is fine. I think this is working. Ooh, no DualShock support for this game? Okay. D-pad only, baby. I love it.
Let me guess. This is some of your handiwork, right?
This game's amazing, by the way.
The brass.
It's just Resident Evil with,
These guards were shooting at something.
I don't know, faster enemies and fully 3D rendered
Much of a fight.
environments instead of pre-rendered. Not that there's anything wrong with like pre-rendered scenes or pre-rendered backgrounds.
The steel fence.
They look awesome in
It was nice and clean.
the Resident Evil series, but this was just like very technically
Still need to
impressive.
Figure out what happened here. Continue to sweep the area.
They made a game like this with actual 3D rendered environments. Can I go in there? Material storage. Let's see. Yeah, loads right into it. Seems to be fine. I still hear the disc spinning. Okay. I think this is good enough of a test for this thing as far as, I mean, it works as good as I need it to. So cool. I'm good with this. So that's going to be it for me tonight. If you are still here, thanks for stopping by. I don't know if this is going to be like a regular thing for me, but whenever I'm I don't know, working on a project, I might stream a little bit of it if it's something actually streamable. This was arguably streamable, but I don't know, did it anyways. But yeah, if you are still here, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your night and the rest of your day, whatever. Merry Christmas if that's your thing. But yeah, catch you next time.